Hello everyone, Stefan here. Welcome to the stream. It's gonna be a Halloween night stream today, and for this we're gonna try and make something that I've postponed for too long. Hey Sheik, how are you? Thanks for being here. So it's gonna be it's gonna be a little bit of I hope everyone's doing good, by the way. My porch light is off, so shouldn't have any kids asking for treats, but if they do, I may have to run downstairs and tell them go away. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so we'll try to do something that I haven't done so far, and it's the xenomorph. Probably better known as the alien from Alien, even though the proper nomenclature is the xenomorph, as in the Latin xeno, stranger, and morph, creature. So yeah, so that's gonna be an interesting one. It's definitely a tricky character, very complex design. And I hope I'm not gonna mess this up because I have such a respect for Alien. Hey, Murder Bunny, how are you? You guys have been doing good. I was impressed, especially playing with the controller. Not that I would be able to aim with a controller or a mouse. I'm just equally bad, but I know for a fact that it's even harder with a controller. Anyway, it was fun, actually. You know what? I kind of watching you guys play made me really want to play that Black Ops game. I think I'm gonna get this. Yeah, controller is hard, man. It's just I guess it's a different way of you have to tap a lot and use motion rather than the actual aiming. It's a bit pretty crazy. It's different, but I've seen some people like I think it was mentioning Catgun. She streams at night, very much in the middle of the night, unfortunately. Yeah, I would love to play, but again, you have to carry me, that's for sure. But yeah, Catgun is amazing. I've seen her playing the BR mode in Black Ops, and she owns everyone. It's crazy. So there's definitely a skill there that some people can have, lots of training and. To me, she's the shroud of a controller. Like, pretty crazy. I've never seen anyone playing that well with a controller. I think she plays on Xbox. Pretty sure. Yeah, I know, Murder Bunny. Those games, they're pretty demanding. And honestly, I have a PC, but I don't play on PC because I'm really bad at all the technical stuff, and I always end up having an issue with the PC, and I don't know what to do. And I'm just a Mac guy, and I'm an idiot, I'm just an artist. I can't really do anything. As soon as something breaks on the PC, I'm lost. And I just want something that I can fire up and play. So that's why I tend to play on console. And also, I feel like console. It's an equal experience for everyone, get the same FPS. It kind of sucks, but at least you get a decent 30 FPS for everyone. I feel like it's so bizarre on PC. Some people have a super fast PC, some others don't. So it's a little weird to me. But anyway, I'm not really a good PC player, even though games look way better on PC. That's for sure. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna try and make Alien. Alien, it's really so. This is why I'm a little worried, because this is my favorite science fiction movie with 2001: A Space Odyssey. Such immense respect for this film. I really changed the science fiction. The whole landscape was changed after that. And on top of that, I'm a big fan of Giger, who created the alien, the artist. I'll talk about that a little bit. So anyway, brief sum up on the movie. It was directed by Ridley Scott and came out in 1979. And yeah, Aliens is great. I think I really love Alien, by far the first one way better than any other. But I think what James Cameron did was interesting because he, uh, he knew. I think he was smart enough to know that he couldn't really do another Alien and have the same sort of a tense, claustrophobic, feeling of that one Alien. The idea was already done. So he sort of cranked everything to 11 and decided to make an action movie out of it, which I think was a smart move, especially considering that he kept the characters truthful to their themes. Like Ripley is definitely he pushes the mother aspect of her and the fact that she has a lot of responsibility. She's a character that works for others, and I think he really he was smart enough to not to lose the characters in that context. So I thought that was really good. Yeah, Ridley Scott. So Ridley Scott, I can't like it's kind of a tricky one because I can't say Ridley Scott is bad or anything. Obviously, Ridley Scott, he did some fantastic movies, but I feel like recently it's a bit like Spielberg. I think it's probably a bad time for him to maybe consider retiring. I don't know. I feel like he's lost his edge. But yeah, Gladiator was great. I love The Duelists. It's less known of a movie from him, but it's a really great story. What else? The Duelist Legend was great in its own very specific way. It has this storybook story feel to it. Visually, absolutely incredible. What else? I loved what was the American Gangster, I think it was called, with Denzel Washington. I think that was a really good one. Gladiator for sure. Alien, Blade Runner. Yeah, I think he's a visionary in terms of visuals, but I think he's not really very comfortable with writing and storytelling. So I think he's at his best when he has a very solid script, and that kind of brings me to the genesis of Alien. So it's really interesting how Alien really started. At the inception of it, there was a guy called Dan O'Bannon. He was fresh out from school, and he was American Gangster was a Ridley Scott movie. It doesn't feel like a Ridley Scott movie, but yeah, it's awesome. I think it's very good. Prometheus, I hated. I thought there's a major failure to me, but for many reasons. But it would be long to go over this. But basically, to me, I think it's funny because when I heard that he was gonna sort of reboot Alien with Prometheus, and that he was gonna go over the space jockey origins, I was absolutely devastated. I was like, to me, like it was like trying to explain the origins of the space jockey. It was in this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the name. The space jockey is like this, the big dude on the sort of big chair that looks like a cannon, and when they land on the LV, the planetoid in the first one, and then they find this creature that has been killed apparently by one of the chest bursters, but they don't know it's kind of all like a fossil, and it's very old, and they can't quite figure what it is. And I thought the whole mystery was really great in that film, and I didn't want to know what it was. I made my own story. I was trying to figure it out, and I thought that my first reaction was like, okay, if he tries to explain what the space jockey is, it's going to turn into George Lucas trying to put a science rational spin on the Force. It's going to be really bad, and it turned out exactly as bad as I expected. At least to me, it really didn't work. But yeah, no, Prometheus, and even the new Alien that he did after that, I thought there were a few interesting things in it. Definitely better than Prometheus to me, but still. I don't know. A lot of things don't work with that, but it's tricky. I mean, it's difficult, trying to maintain that when you have such a high bar and you start on something like Alien. The problem with all those movies, I think, is also that Alien, when it came out in '79, you have to remember there was nothing that could even come close to it in terms of that sort of gritty, realistic vision. Even Star Wars was not doing this. No one had represented space except for Stanley Kubrick in 2001, but it was very different. But no one had represented what could potentially be, space and workers in space in a very sort of a down-to-earth, realistic look and feel. I think no one had done that, and it was like guys on an oil rig, really, but in space. And I think that completely changed how people saw science fiction. All of a sudden, it was like, okay, we can actually make something that feels like it's genuine hard sci-fi, but at the same time completely believable, based on archetypes that we know of, the oil rig worker, the engineer, the pilot, and all that stuff. It's very, very different, not only visually, I think, but the themes too. But anyway, so I think that's why it's almost close to impossible to really come up with a reboot that would have anywhere near the impact, because the context is different. There's been so much done now that it's you'd have to, Alien was just reinventing everything, just like Star Wars did, and just like some of those landmark movies. I think they just changed the way people saw a certain genre. So yeah, this is so I can't really fault him for not being able to do that again, in my opinion, because it's just nearly impossible, I think. But anyway, back to Dan O'Bannon. Dan O'Bannon, this guy, he wrote that script. He had done a really funny B movie before that was called a Dark Star, and recommend you look for it. Dark Star from and Dan O'Bannon, he was Dark Star was more like a sort of horror comedy in space, but he was decided to do the same thing, but with a very much more like a horror movie, because really Alien is a horror movie at heart. And he went to Paris because he was gonna work on for Alejandro Jodorowsky, and this guy, he was doing he was working on a version of Dune back in '76, and Jodorowsky, he was half French and from Chile, and so he was in France at the time. And Jodorowsky is this crazy director with a very particular vision, absolutely insane. And but this guy was also a visionary, and he had assembled a team of people, including Dan O'Bannon, who were just incredible artists. And he really wanted to make a version of Dune that was something that no one had seen before. We're talking way before David Lynch went on to try his version. And so he had Chris Foss at the time, who was a very strong illustrator who came up with a lot of illustration. I'll share you of spaceships that you've probably seen. This sort of stuff. That's the work of Chris Foss, and also he had Moebius, Jean Giraud, probably the most famous comic book French artist who ended up working on a bunch of American movies as well, and he had also this guy that would later come to fame with Alien, called H.R. Giger, Hans Rudi Giger, Swiss artist. And Giger was doing all those crazy, weird paintings of biomechanical creatures and stuff like this. And what's really crazy about that whole Dune thing is that they worked for several months and they built an entire sort of library of art to try and really express the vision of Jodorowsky, to try and sell it to studios. And they made this sort of book with like tons of art from all those guys, major visionaries, 3 of them all together working for months at this vision. And it was eventually no studio would pick this up because it was too crazy. But what happened, and it's really bizarre, is that this book was sent to all the major studios in the United States in order to try and sell this mad project that they'd all turned down, but they kept the art. And most of this art has found its way, one way or another, into all the science fiction that's been done after that. And I can tell you that it's a well-known fact now in studios that this book has fueled most of the science fiction imagery from Hollywood for more than 30 years after that, even though it was never really acknowledged. So it's a really interesting story. And there's there's a documentary about that called Alejandro Jodorowsky's Dune. I really recommend that you watch this, because it talks about the whole genesis of that book and how it went to the studios. For instance, Giger, he did some stuff like this. This was supposed to be the on the Harkonnen planet. If you're a bit familiar with Dune, the Harkonnen are the evil family, and they had this crazy idea that the palace of the Harkonnens would be in the shape of the Baron Harkonnen, who a really fat dude, and then he had this sort of stuff where for space stations where spaceship would get into the mouth of this crazy thing. I mean, crazy stuff, really, really crazy. And this is his vision for the sandworms, and there's so much stuff that's been done, and a lot of it actually has been recycled either by in Alien or in other movies after that. So anyway, so the project collapsed. Sorry, it's a bit of a long story, but I think it's really interesting. The project collapsed, but Dan O'Bannon, he saw this, and he saw all this art and all those artists, and he met Giger. And at this point, he knew that he saw the image that Giger, one image that Giger had done for. I compiled some references for you guys to show you. He had seen this image, This you have to realize this was done way before Alien. This was done by Giger as a painting. It's called Necrom 4, and it was in one of his most successful books called Necronomicon. And Dan O'Bannon saw this and he was like, "This is it," because he really wanted he knew that he needed a really strong, terrifying design for that creature. Otherwise, the movie would never work. So he asked Giger to refine the design and worked on with him. Hired him to create all the designs for the movie, including all the different stages of the alien, the face hugger, the chest burster, the eggs, and of course the big chap, the big guy. Also design all the sets. This is the space jockey as concepted by Ridley Scott, and you can by Giger, and you can see how faithful they are in the movie for a good reason. Because actually, what happened is that they don't. So they hired Giger for this. He ended up doing all these concepts, and that's what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to do all the concept, and that's it. And then the set designer in London and the creature designers would make all of this. But Giger, being Giger, he was an extremely a precise artist with a very strong vision, and he was invited on set on Alien. And he immediately started to criticize the work of the set builders and the creature designers and all that stuff. He didn't like how they painted. He didn't like how they molded and built. And because he was also a guy who could do anything, he was also a sculptor, a painter. He would just grab the brush or the whatever tool from the guy on set and would start changing anything by himself. And he ended up building himself most of the sets. Were doing massive work on the space jockey and all that stuff. So he was like really hands-on at that point. But because he was so passionate about it, and so that's how the film came to light. Really, it was a strange, sort of a stranger happenstance. It just turned out that the fate of Jodorowsky's Dune was really was a blessing for Dan O'Bannon, because he had a bunch of artists in Paris who knew that at that point the project wouldn't be made, and also Moebius worked on the film as well. Did some designs for all the when you see the guys walking in their spacesuit. The spacesuit design was done by Jean Giraud. It was very interesting. The story was inspired from different movies, like The Thing from Another World, that was written by Howard Hawks in 1951. It was then remade by John Carpenter. And then Forbidden Planet, 1956 movie about people who are warned not to land on a planet, but they still decide to do it. And that's kind of like the same idea in Alien. And then there was a lot of really interesting things happening on during filming. So this is all Giger's work. I just compiled a few things. This was the original, very first. So this was what gave the idea to Dan O'Bannon about hiring Giger, and then he asked him based on that to do a complete design, and then Giger did this. It was quite different, but you see the welded. The welded fingers were there already. He had a bunch of ideas. So the shape of the head, and then he went and to remove the eyes, and did this because he wanted more of a blind creature, something that had no humanity at all. And so that was close to the one of the final designs. This is other art that he did. I wanted to share. I picked this up because this is as far as I can go without putting on the mature flag. Something you have to know about Giger. It was really an artist with a very dark vision. Lots of disturbing imagery. Very sexual. To the point that when he started having exhibitions of his work in Switzerland, people would try and destroy the art, or they would spit on it, and it was people were very upset with what he did. But you know, that's what artists get usually when they have a bit of an extreme vision. But it's true that I mean, I can't even really show any of that. You have to look it for yourself. But Giger, he would show full on penetration and stuff, like really hardcore stuff. That's I was he didn't care, but it was never. I think the idea was that he wanted to make you as uncomfortable as possible using various means, and he had a there was always this idea in his work of mixing flesh and you know, mechanical designs. And one of the ways to make you feel like something is very biological, you know, flesh and blood, is sex. This is a big part of life, and that's it's a subject that has been always tackled by artists since they did cave paintings. You know, that's and I mean, you can see. I mean, I'm not gonna point at it, but the shape of that head, you can clearly see what it is. You know, and in fact, if you look at the whole alien theme is very much rape. That's why most people react so in this visceral way about Alien, because the way it kills people using this sort of you know, phallic weird, you know, tongue, the way it puts a seed into you that will burst out of you. All of that is very sexual. It's all like you know, parasites and rape, and that's the whole idea is this. And it was a very conscious thing, and actually Dan O'Bannon speaks about it in interviews, and he said he even said that but he was saying that and that's why he chose John Hurt to be the recipient of the first chest burster. He said most exploitation movies would use rape as sort of a way to get you pervy guys to watch a movie, but he wanted the guys to be raped because that was his way to sort of you know, turn back the theme on its head and make men uncomfortable, saying this is what happens to you, you know. So so it's good, and it was efficient, you know, very efficient. Kind of a weird introduction, but you know, this is what Alien is. It's all there, you know. It's not so yeah, really a great artist. Very but there's a documentary about him as well, called Dark Star, Hans Rudy Giger's World, something like this. If you guys get an opportunity to watch it, I really recommend it. It's very funny man, actually. You would imagine that this guy would be miserable, you know, and feel and have this sort of dark thoughts all the time, but it turns out that he's a very joyful guy, actually. Probably this was a catharsis for him, you know. It's well known that artists, they need to put something out of their system, you know, so they don't turn mad. And this guy, in the whole documentary, you can tell that he's a pretty stable, happy artist, you know. but it turns out that he liked to do very disturbing things, and he even had some really tragedies in his life. Like this painting is very well known. It's called Lee 2, the number 2, because he had the first version, and it's because it was based on his muse and wife at the time, Lee Tobler, but unfortunately she committed suicide at 27, and that really broke his heart. He was could never be entirely consoled of that, and she ends up being very present in a lot of his paintings. So that was kind of unfortunate for him. But yeah, this documentary, Dark Star, is a very good thing to watch. Even actually contributed to a game that I really love called Dark Seed. Dark Seed. It was on the Amiga back then. Sort of a point-and-click adventure like the LucasArts game. All based on his art, and he actually even himself did some art that ended up in the game. And it's a really awesome adventure game, like old school. And you start in your house, and then you can go through the mirror, and then you realize that through the mirror there's another version of your house that's all like Giger looking like hell. And then you have to go back and forth and change things in one world or the other, so that it reflects in the other across the mirror, so that you can sort of progress this way. It was a very interesting concept, very well done. Yeah, it was very, very creative. But he died a few years ago. Now he's not active anymore. And his mother was very open-minded. He was painting all those weird creatures, and very early on, at an early age, and images of horror and very disturbing. And she always actually pushed him to keep going, because she felt like he needed that. And I think that probably contributed to his well-being and success, because he was not sort of castrated creatively, but anyway, so that's the whole alien thing. So we're gonna try and make an alien, which is kind of a scary proposition for me, because like I said, I really want to make this work. I love this design, this creature, but it's going to be difficult to do in Pixel. So I found some reference. This is probably the most accurate reference you can ever find. I was lucky enough that they took those pictures, 3/4 perfect front, perfect side, 3/4 back, beautiful. And this is a replica that is going to come out soon from Sideshow, but the Sideshow didn't make it. It was actually a statue that was made for one of the Giger Museum in Switzerland. There is a museum, an official museum, and so that's the only statue of, to my knowledge, of alien, of the xenomorph you can find that is actually approved, officially approved by the Giger Museum, because it's a perfect replica of the statue that was on display in the museum. And the statue itself was cast from the actual costume that the actor was wearing in 1979. So this is as accurate as you'll ever get. And there's been a million other statues that are really cool. Like this is the Geiger Museum one. But this is another one, and I took those for pose mainly to try and see what I could do. I really love this one actually. It's not really truthful because I think they changed the proportion. It's very long, but I think that pose is very intriguing and disturbing. You can see the welded fingers there as well, and this is something that's you can't really see in the film, but it was Giger's idea as well. to have a human skull in there, because he figured that this creature was some sort of distorted version of some kind of human. There was no origin at that point. There was no Prometheus or anything. But I thought that this was an interesting idea, which and he used a bunch of things like those pipes that were from a car and all sorts of things. So there's definitely that sort of a biological aspect mixed with the mechanical part. So I think I'm gonna try and make a sort of a 3/4, kind of like this pose, with the tail kind of like circling around the character. I really like this. I need to find a pose where I can really show that head, because this is the one iconic thing, is the elongated head. But I don't want to do a side version. So I need to have some sort of 3/4, maybe something like this. That's why I took those references. Are pretty good. This one's good. So this one I really like too. However, I don't know why they did this. This arm looks so ridiculous to me. That pose is really ruined by this arm. It's almost like when, remember those old Hammer films with Christopher Lee as Dracula, when he kind of like he tries to hide his vampire face with a red cape, and it's all like theatrical. That's how I feel about that. It's like, I don't know what they were thinking. It's so ridiculous. I don't get it. It's really bizarre. Yeah, I just don't understand it. They had something really solid, and they ruined it with this arm. It makes him look comical, to me at least. But I don't know. So anyway, I'll get into it now, because I've been talking for like I don't know, an hour, 40 minutes. But yeah, I always want to try and get a little bit of background, because like such fascinating film, so so important, in the history of science fiction, that deserves a little bit of something, bit of a context, especially for Giger, who's such an amazing artist. He had a really rocky relationship after that with the studio 20th Century Fox. They actually consciously didn't credit him in Alien 3, even though he actually worked on designs. And on Alien 4, they didn't even mention his name as the original creator of the xenomorph, which is really insane. And in fact, some of the designs that are used by the French director Genet on Alien 4 were actually even closer to his original designs. They picked up some of the old Alien designs and sort of recycled them in the movie, and they didn't even put his name in the credits, which that's to me that's pretty low. But he was he's a pretty strong personality. So that's I think he didn't get along very well with the way the studio were working. He was probably very blunt about things, and when he didn't like something, and they were not too happy about that. So I think I'm gonna try and get this for the top, and then I'll sort of improvise for the legs. Let me flip this real quick, because for some reason I always find easier to paint things in a certain direction. It's just the way it is. I don't know why. So we're gonna try and make something like this to start with. Not the arm, but at least maybe a little bit the head. I'm gonna try. So the size, I think I'm gonna just probably take the size I need. He's definitely a big guy, very long. In fact, the actor who was wearing the costume in '79, I think he was 6'10", something like this, or 6'12". Very, very tall guy. He was from an African. He was African American. I think. I think his origin was something like Ethiopia or something. And he was very, very lanky, very lean, very tall, a bit like those long distance runners, you know. That was perfect for because otherwise no one could fit in that costume. So we'll make Alien pretty tall, you know, probably around that size maybe. I'll try to use whatever space I have, I feel comfortable with, and then we'll move on from there. I'm gonna have to cheat a little bit perspective and stuff because I really want to show that head if I can. There's a pretty strong curvature to it. Yeah, that movie was crazy. Such an incredible achievement on every level. Even the music was great. Jerry Goldsmith composed the score. I think we all remember this very sort of eerie, minimalistic score. Jerry Goldsmith composed more than 250 soundtracks in his whole career. Can you imagine that? And his career was actually launched by Franklin Schaffner on Planet of the Apes in '68, where it is very avant-garde experimental score, if you remember, with a lot of percussion and echoplex and stuff like this. So here we're gonna need to show a little bit the skull, but for now I'm just gonna take whatever color, it doesn't matter, and just so we can have something to make the head a bit more visible against the body, and then I'll try. It's all values right now, and form, you know, blocking. Then we'll deal with the skull and all that stuff later. Right now I'm just trying to get some kind of representation of the big masses. So this sort of stuff, you know, and then this is very important, and this obviously. So we'll go quick. I think when you start doing something like this, it's important to try and go a little bit fast. You don't want to linger and spend a lot of time doing detail. You need to get the energy out, because there's in every design, I think there is a sense of gesture and motion that you need to capture, and the only way to do this is to go a little bit fast, you know. Otherwise you don't necessarily get those shapes right. So I'm really just trying to get that for now. I'm gonna just outline a few things in order for me to remember where main things are, because otherwise if I'm just making a silhouette, it's hard to picture, like, you know, where the arm's gonna connect to the body, what this is, and all that stuff. So just an indication, but no more. Then arm will, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the arm, but I think we're gonna probably try, definitely not this. I don't like this. I think I'm gonna do something a little bit more simple. I really want to make sure that this guy looks very long, you know. He's getting big right now, but that's okay. We'll deal with the scale if later, if scale is completely out. If I'm too out of scale, I will deal with this. I am pretty terrified by this creature. I'm terrified making it, and I was terrified watching the movie at the time. So, but now I'm scared of messing it up. So that's the only fear that I have at the moment. So again, you see, at this point, it doesn't matter if things are a bit weird or, you know, not precise, because we're just, I'm just trying to get, oh, hold on, to get at the gesture, the pose, the main different masses, and get a sense of that character. This is the hardest spot. I think a lot of if if you would think that the hard part is getting all the nice details and lighting, but I don't think this is the case actually. So way too big, but doesn't I'm not too worried about that for now. Just want to make sure. Then I'll reduce. I'm gonna, if I get something, I will start pushing and pulling to get. And I can totally at this point take this, put in another document, and then we'll do image size. We'll try and go a little smaller, maybe 85. See what it does. And I'll mess up everything a little bit, but that's fine. It's a quick, cheap way going down. Okay. Now I can easily, fix those things. On the set, when they shot the film, the space jockey was actually built much smaller than it looks in the movie. But what they did is a brilliant idea. Is that the people that you see in the suit when they walk around the space jockey were actually children, so that in this way they could afford to build a smaller and the things still look very very big. They did that for a few props, like the entrance of the derelict spaceship was also at a different scale, and they had the children portraying the astronauts. It's funny how movies can sometimes rely on very simple tricks, you know, and that work really well. And when you know, you're like, of course, you know, very it's obvious, but to think about it, that's the genius of some people in movies. Very practical people sometimes, you know, they just use very simple things, a bit like magicians, you know, like Georges Méliès, for instance. If you're a bit familiar with this guy, pretty much invented special effects. He was a French guy as well. In the turn of the century, he was actually a magician. He was doing stuff on stage, but he got very interested in the early cameras. He was when Paris was very much called the city of lights, because it was an artistic, scientific sort of converging point for a lot of people, early 19th century, and the Americans had built the first cameras, but they went to Paris to find some artists, and Georges Méliès, he got his hands on a camera, and he was doing a lot of very first rudimentary special effects. Yeah, you all know a Trip to the Moon. You all know this image. You've all seen this. That was Georges Méliès doing this. Built this, and then made this entire. It was something like 20 minutes, based on a Jules Verne story, A Trip to the Moon, and that was how it looked on stage. Yeah, that's when they get into they get into this giant sort of a cannonball, and they get sent to the moon this way. Which was actually the actual story in Jules Verne book. That's how they went to the moon. So this head needs to have more character, because right now so. If you see the problem that we have here, I think is everything is one direction. You see, he's looking this way. All the lines are sort of parallel. This is not very dynamic. If you look at this, what makes it dynamic is the angle of the head that's not following this. You know, it turns its head toward us. Same thing here, same thing there. You see, there's your sort of a more character, because the head is turned. And usually, when you have a character, I'll do that all the time. Facing this way, you turn the head the other way, so that the character looks like he's sort of scanning around, and it's more dynamic. See, here his body is more like this direction, but his head is this direction. And it's generally a good thing. Same thing here. She's this to that. Little tricks like this. Same here. So the thing though is, if I do this, I'm gonna lose, because of the perspective. I'm gonna lose the nice elongated head. So I'm a little. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna solve this. I can't really do this because it's too extreme. See, it breaks his neck. So I'm gonna have to do something in between. For this, this is one way of doing it. You sort of move things a little bit like this, very quickly. Not too worried about the mess. I'm just and then I can feel like the head down is more of a predator thing, so it's appropriate for him. I think we're gonna put the head on a separate layer because I'm gonna need to move this thing around quite a bit. See, it's already a little bit more menacing this way. Hey Sheik, have a good night, man. Yeah. Thank you for keeping the stream up. Yeah, you have a good night. I'll see you next time. Cheers. Yeah, it's very late for you. It's a shame we're not on the same time. But then we would stream at the same time, so it wouldn't be good either. Let me put this in the chat. Okay, the head's not too bad this way. We're gonna keep this for now. I will probably change, end up changing the head quite a bit often. I wish he had, you know what I wish he had? More of this sort of shape in the hips, like a bone, you know, like a hip bone. I think it would have been nice, but unfortunately, he's got the very simple hips, nothing. So can't really do that. It's a bit of a shame, I think. Would have liked something there. I think I need to block out on a separate layer. I'm gonna block out the tail because this is a massive part of design, and I think I'm gonna use the tail to as a sort of a composition tool to lead the eye where I want. So maybe, you know, needs to be a bit aggressive. Not sure. But like there's this whipping effect in the film all the time. It's like a whip, you know. He always has his tail to like strike people. So I feel like you need to feel that sort of energy, but I'm not sure how. But it can't be. I think something too smooth may not be the best if I really want to be to feel like he's aggressive, you know. But I'm not sure how I'm gonna resolve this. Honestly, don't know. I feel like if I go too much around, I'd be confusing, you know. So not too sure there. Kind of tricky. It would be nice if it was a bit sort of bit disturbing too as a shape. Oh, skip this for now. Oh, hold on. Still on the tail. Long layer. Okay. Just oh. Oh, I got some pixels there. Let's flip him just really quickly. So this is just to get a fresh look. So for anyone who's who just came, trying to do the xenomorph from Alien, also known as the Big Chap. There are a bunch of nicknames given on the set to the creatures because they wanted to be able to quickly refer to them. And I think I don't want to say something stupid, but I think Big Chap was because they referred to him as the Big Chap simply because he was very tall, and like I said, the actor was very tall, so they referred to him as Big Chap. There's been a bunch of different names, xenomorph, alien. Actually, interestingly, the word alien is never used in any of the films to refer to the creature. They call it it, the thing, the xenomorph, whatever, but they never call it alien. Except in the latest movie, the one that just that came out some time ago. They actually say they name it the Alien, which was very odd to me. It jumped at me as soon as they used the word. I was like, "What? They actually called it an alien? This is so bizarre." It's like in Star Wars, the last one, they changed. They use a bunch of really bizarre terms, like I think Luke Skywalker refers to a lightsaber as a laser sword at some point, and I was like, this is so odd to me that they did this. You know, it felt just so wrong. Not sure why they decided to use that term. It's so bizarre. And I guess you know, they at this point Luke was very dismissive of the whole Jedi thing, and kind of was kind of so I guess he wanted to make sort of fun of the idea of the lightsaber, but it still didn't sound right to me. Like I don't know. Maybe it's just me. There was also something else also that they used that was odd to me. I mean, this movie was generally. I don't even know what this is, but anyway. Can't. The legs are an issue right now. because I feel like sometimes see if I kill the legs, I feel like this is kind of cool. So there's a lot of, you know, chaos in the silhouette. It's very spiky, and I think it's relatively interesting. But as soon as I put the legs on, completely falls apart. One of the reasons I think is because they're too small, not long enough. But it's not just that. There's bigger issues there, unfortunately. I have to try and identify that. As usual, this is never something that I mean, it's something I don't really mention in every stream. But if you guys are alien experts, know this design by heart, or can or you see something that I'm making that you feel like you see you have an idea to improve it, please don't be shy. Let me know. Write it in the chat. I will always gladly take any feedback that I deem appropriate. This is how you, I think, sometimes you make the best, you know. As people have a sort of more perspective on something because they're not in the midst of making it. So yeah, don't feel like you can't say something, you know. I won't be offended. What am I going to do with those legs? Look at this guy. It's ridiculous. So I could do... So one of the things with this is he's a very often sort of crouched, you know, in a sort of a... and this was not bad, actually. But I'm a bit hesitant to go there. I mean, I guess I could try real quick, you know. Whatever. It's the beauty of pixel art is you can try things very quickly. We'll do this on a separate. But I'm not convinced that this is the proper thing to do. But we'll try real quick. See if there's a way to make this. Oh, I'm gonna get everyone. Plus this. Zooming out is always a good way of getting some perspective on what you're doing. So something I try to do sometimes. The only thing with the crouched is that to me I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if that's really... You see, I think it's interesting because if you try to picture the alien in motion, or generally in a pose, it's actually hard to, and I think that's why most of these stories they're not great. It's hard to think of a pose because you never really see the alien very much. It's there's a lot of suggestion. So so I think maybe that's why, you know, can't really. I mean, even the way it moves, it's not very clear in the film. In the first film, at least, you barely see any motion. In in Aliens, they seem like they walk on all four sometimes, but not always. I've kind of a bit of at a loss to picture what is the sort of a classic stance of this creature. Not too sure, you know. Such a design though. It's just crazy, and it hasn't aged. I think that's what the I think standing the it seems like a sort of a such um, um, a thing that people always say about art, that true you know visionary art stands the test of time. But I actually think that it is true. Um, I think that's what really defines things that are special, is that they don't really age that much. I want to try and get the nice curve in the thigh. You know, it's always nice when you get this sort of this if you curve a little bit thigh, gives you a lot of energy. And try and get this. They do that in comic books all the time. But at the same time, you see, the tricky part is that I don't necessarily want him to look like you know, he's not a superhero. You know, he's got it's he's more of a creepy dude than sort of an athlete or something. I don't know how to express this, but I guess you understand what I'm saying. I think once I get the legs right, then a big major hurdle will be solved. And of course, the if I have the leg there, this will mess up my arm, where I'm gonna put the arm, you know. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's try and find the leg first, and I'll deal with the arm then. This is not right. And if you've been there a few times, you know that I'm very bad at drawing legs. So this is nothing new to me. This is always a part where I'm never comfortable. It never comes naturally to me. I feel like I've got a better sense of upper body than lower body. It's just the way it is, you know. Not too sure why. It's about being patient right now. And we'll eventually, hopefully, find a way. So yeah, stick with me for a little while if you can, and I promise that I'll end up doing something. Might not be perfect for sure, but we'll try to finish this tonight. So this is really the more like the crouched version. Is it good though? I mean, is it? Do we like that? I'm not sure. Not sure I want to do that. Think a little bit for a minute. Very very tricky there. I feel like it's gonna be easier to get something dynamic and cool with the crouched and more, because this creature, I think that's why I struggle, because I feel like I can, and the ambiguity of the character is what makes it interesting. I can't really decide if the xenomorph is more of an animal or more of an intelligent, advanced creature, you know. And I think that's what makes it difficult to find the right pose, because he's such a violent, instinctive predator that you would think is an animal, but at the same time he can open doors and think and try and lure people into traps. So it's also he's a smart guy, you know. He's not just a brute, you know. He's way more than that. So I think that maybe that's why it's difficult for me to find what I want to do with it. Do I want to convey more the sort of the predator, or the more sophisticated creature? Not even sure what it is. I feel like there's no prevalent part. They're both kind of almost equal. Huh. I mean, I knew this guy would be difficult, but I mean, I welcomed the challenge, but I knew it would be a little bit tricky to do. I think maybe crouched is fine, you know. Maybe that's okay. But then, what about the arm then? Could we just move this up maybe? Maybe that's all right. And the foreshortening is more difficult to render. See, this sort of stuff gets more confused, especially in pixel. So I'll have to I'll have to suggest this in lighting. Why can't I? Oh, I see. I see what's going on. So let's say let's commit to this for now. I really want the thin limbs, and that's what's tricky also about the alien, is that it's both kind of long and you know, elongated, and but it's also very strong, has a lot of just raw power, which is sometimes kind of visually a bit incompatible, very hard to convey both, you know. Usually it's easier to make something that looks long and elegant, or really stocky and muscular and powerful, but alien is both. It's kind of like there where I feel like to me it's a bit hard. It's like Bruce Lee, you know, very very strong for, but doesn't necessarily look like he could have so much raw power in strength. Still not perfectly convinced that I'm doing the right thing there, making him crouched. I'm a bit thing is I don't necessarily want to go too far, you know, and then realize that I messed up really bad, and then after, because even if I choose to make him crouched, this is going to affect how I'm going to end up posing the entire body and the arms and everything. So so it's not just a case of if you mess up, it's not just okay, let's redo the legs. It'll the change will trickle out like dominoes, you know. So it needs to be. We need to be quite sure that this is what we want to do. I don't know if I should try and get the tail to go a little bit in between the legs. No. No. Bad idea. I'm happy to make him for Halloween though. Seems like it's such a appropriate time. The statue, by the way, it's crazy. The replica that I showed earlier from the museum. This is I don't know in inches, but in centimeters, this is 85 centimeters high, huge, very big. It's 1/3, I think, the scale. Very, very impressive scale. That's why I think they can afford to have no, not this one, to have so much detail in it, and yeah, very, very big. Comes with this base, and then there's even a glass case on top to just like it was displayed in the museum. And the pose, I mean, there is nothing to it, but I guess that was the idea. They really wanted to show this is the design, this is what it was. They were not interested in doing something fancy with it. It was just, this is the alien design. So it's very pure. I really like it. Unfortunately, this is $1,400, so I'm not gonna get it. It's too expensive. But if you have some money and you're a big alien fan, this I think this may end up being the ultimate statue. It's got fairly normal limbs, very human actually. Well, there's another anecdote that I have about filming. So when they have the famous dinner scene. So Kane has been grabbed by the face hugger on LV-426 on the planet, and they bring him back on board, and then they have dinner, and he's choking, and they think he's choking on his food, but it's the chest burster about to kill him, and he's getting into those convulsions, and then eventually the creature bursts out of his chest. And so there is sort of there's a story that they hadn't told the cast what would happen. They just told them, Kane's gonna be sick. This is a scene. Kane's gonna be sick, and you're gonna have to hold him down at the table because he's gonna get into convulsions and stuff. And then when the chest burster comes out, then they would be in real shock. But this is not accurate. Actually, I did a little bit more research and looked in my books too. And what happened really is that, of course, the cast knew what would happen because it's pretty impractical to imagine that. Like imagine the level of sophistication they would have to have for a creature coming out of someone's chest without the crew knowing, the cast knowing about it. Especially considering that the scene was not filmed in one take. There were several cuts, like they always do. But however, there is some part of this story that is true. What happened is that they had the Kane when the chest burster comes out. They had a fake torso on the table, and they hold him down on the table, and John Hurt, the actor, and then John Hurt's head was going through the table through a hole that they had, made into the table, so that the illusion was that his head was connected to the torso, but it was a fake torso and his head through the table. And then an effects guy had the chest burster on a stick, and just pushed through the fake torso so that the creature would come out. But so what they didn't tell them was that they would had high pressure pumps spraying large amount of fake blood all across the room, everywhere. They just didn't tell them that, and it worked better than they anticipated, because blood was the fake blood was sprayed at such high pressure that it flew right into Veronica Cartwright's face and some other people, and so the actress Veronica Cartwright was actually in real shock. She was very traumatized, because she had assumed that something had happened and that it was real blood, and she couldn't really process what was happening, because she got a huge spray of blood in her face, and so just the sheer surprise of it was, and all the other actors, they were not in the know either, so they got very shocked by that. So that's the true story behind. It was a bit of an urban legend there, but so they knew about the chest burster, but they didn't know about the blood, and also they hadn't rehearsed the scene, so they didn't know how it would look, just the chest burst. They just told them a creature is gonna come out of his chest, but they hadn't really experienced it, and because it was a bit complicated to do the setup. So then it was very well done and very kind of a shocking, and John Hurt really put all his heart into it, and made it look even more painful. So I think that's it's a combination of all those things that made the scene such a success, because the actors were very shocked by what they just had witnessed. It's something that directors would always try to do, capture. I mean, some directors, not all of them, but capture true, genuine emotions in. So, for instance, in Dunkirk, there is a scene where the Spitfires, the British aircraft, the fighters, the ones that are flown by Tom Hardy and the other guy, they do a flyby very low above the water, and they go from you see actually you see the boat where the father is with his two sons, and then the Spitfires, they come towards camera. He doesn't look back, and they fly right above him, and they had real Spitfires flying at very low altitude. And if you've ever been to an air show and you've seen those piston engine aircrafts, I was lucky enough in Britain to actually see low passes of real Spitfires, and they make a lot of noise. They're extremely loud, and it's a really cool sound, very impressive. So a big part of the experience of a flyby, especially for any aircraft, but especially those, is the sound. Already so strong that it pounds in your chest, and then and it's a very impressive sight too. They're beautiful aircraft. So the young guy, the blonde guy, the son of on the boat, has this face where he's in awe, and this is because he was genuinely in awe, because they didn't tell him that that there would be a flyby. So they timed it perfectly, and then they had those Spitfires going as fast as they could, as loud as they could, as low as they could, and right above his head, and he was really impressed by that. So yeah, it's always cool when they try and do that in film. I really like this. Must be quite fun to be a director sometimes, to just try to find tricks and to get the best out of your actors. But it's not a job that I would like to do, I think. It's probably so stressful. You've got a huge responsibility. Everyone's looking up to you to have all the answers, and plus you have to deal with the pressure from the studios, dealing with the budget, and it's probably quite difficult. So I'm not making huge progress, but still, I feel like I'm getting to a point where I'm getting sort of relatively happy with the overall feel. I think it's getting there. It's gonna be the fun part soon of really trying to get all those interesting details and lighting. Unfortunately, it's such a black on black that I wonder how much detail we're going to be able to convey, and form. But we'll try for sure. It's funny too, because like I said earlier, Giger was very provocative in his design, and everything is most of what he's doing in art is has a very strong sexual undertones, and Veronica Cartwright, she's Lambert in the film, if you remember. She's very scared all the time. She doesn't want to go outside the aircraft, the space ship, the shuttle, when they land. But there she has to, and she's complaining a lot, and so that's Lambert, if you remember her. And the actress was actually very a bit embarrassed when she looked at the set for the first time, and at the designs. She was saying it's all giant vaginas and penises everywhere. So she was a bit embarrassed, and but yeah, that's what it was. I'm glad that they didn't that they went for that, because is part of what makes the whole thing a bit weird and disturbing. There's all that stuff. So I really don't like this arm. I need to find something. And actually, there's there's a funny anecdote about that. So the egg, if you remember the egg where the that Kane finds in that giant chamber through the blue fog, those eggs are there, and then from the egg opens up, and the face hugger jumps at Kane. And originally in the design, there's only it was opening in a very different way through the center, same thing, but with just sort of two sides on it, and it opened very much like a vagina, and everyone was super uncomfortable when they saw the first build. They were like, and even Ridley Scott was like, I can't shoot the opening of that egg. It's just too obvious, and Gagger was like, yeah, sure, it's exactly the point. This is the idea, it's a birth of the face hugger. And but it was like Ridley Scott was too uncomfortable. It was too strong of an imagery. So he asked Giger to change the design, and so he added the two two sides to the opening, so that it opens like a flower, with 4 petals, and then that was okay. But Gagger, he was actually very upset at the production, because he was very precise. He's a true artist, and he knew exactly how he wanted things to look, and it upset him a lot that they would cut corners in order to save money and all that stuff. For instance, there's if you remember when they get into the derelict spaceship, they go through those very disturbing looking, almost like bowels and corridors. They look like the inside of a creature or something like this. So they built a section of it, and then they ran out of money, and so what they did was they just put a bunch of mirrors so that the corridor would look much longer than it really is. But in effect, what it did was that it was repeating the same section of corridor, which was fine, but not to Giger. Giger was very unhappy about that. He wanted the corridor to look all different and organic, because to him, it's a very much a big part of his thinking is that it's everything that he designs is a mix of a machine and a body, and a body is you imagine the inside of your body, the intestines and all that. It's very chaotic. Everything is different and convoluted, and it's not regimented, and there's no sections that you can repeat. At least not. Of course there are, but the way they're put together, the body's put together inside looks like a giant mess, and that's what he wanted to convey, because it was part of making this more disturbing, so he was very he insisted that they would build the entire corridor for real, with everything that was in the design, all the different sections, all the little detail looking a bit different and everything. But they just couldn't do it because of the money. I think for an artist like Giger, it's probably quite difficult to work on film because when he's doing his painting, there was no one to tell him, you know, you can't do this, or it's going to be too expensive to do that, or he could just let his imagination run wild and do whatever he wanted. But that's not the reality of a production. So that's why a lot of artists and writers, you know, like they make, for instance, a book or whatever, and it's adapted to a film. And when they sell the rights, the studios are very clear about the fact that when you sell the rights for your story to a studio, the studio can do anything they want with it. They can change the whole story if they want and keep just a very tiny portion, and it's you can't say anything about it because they know that artists will be will want to make things like they think it should be, you know, because they don't necessarily have the whole picture. I don't like how I've done this. Not sure how this could work. Trying to find a reference. It's how it's difficult to do something like this because if I'm making a human, I understand more or less the anatomy, so I can make something because I understand it. But this is different. I don't really understand this creature. I kind of know roughly how it is, but that's about it, you know. Can't really like oh yeah, you know, this connects like this muscle does that, or whatever, because it's it has a humanoid structure, and some of it I can relate to, but like this and how the head, for instance, the neck, I have a hard time understanding the neck, how long it is, what shape it has, you know. It's not easy to there's always something in the hiding the neck, so I have a bit of a hard time. Even how thick it is, seems like it's pretty thick actually. Very very hard for me to figure this out. Hope you guys don't get too bored. I'm trying to make progress, but it just takes time, you know. I'm not particularly fast. Some artists are with more experience are very very fast, but I don't think I'm like this. Should I move the head a bit? Isn't that better? Yeah, I think the head was too far from the body. This seems better to me. You know that I've just realized I haven't saved for like an hour. Okay, it's just saved now. That would be quite upsetting to lose it now. I'm getting a bit thirsty of speaking, so I will be. I'm gonna pour a drink really quickly, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Oh, I'm back. Thanks for staying, everyone. Had to clean my glasses. They became very foggy for some reason. Okay, we're gonna try to finish this guy now. So I think now I'm at a point where I'm relatively comfortable with the overall character. So I think oops, sorry, it's gonna be now time to start getting into a little bit more of the rendering and everything. So I think I'm going to commit to the crouched version. I think, I mean, still a bit annoyed by that tail here, but no, cat, you can't. My cat is complaining because I'm not giving her attention, and she wants to climb on in my lap, but there's no room with the mic and everything. So that leg is still a bit weird. Let me get rid of the. For now, we're gonna get rid of the tail. I wonder if I should. Hold on. I should just try something real quick. Want to see if I was maybe this needs to be higher. Alright, because hold on. I think this so not to get confused with the tail and everything. I don't really like this. How did they do that here? Let me see this again. Is it leaning forward more? This it's very crouched in here. I don't know if I want to go that far though. No, I don't know if it's the best. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let's say, what happens if we, like, maybe I need to oh. No, I don't think I want to do that. think it's really worth spending just the extra little bit of time to really get the legs properly, because after that that's it, you know, it's too late. I need to really to make this right. Wonder how long is the tail? It's actually very long. Probably about right there. Oh no, but I wonder if I should maybe have the tail coming like higher. Let me do another one real quick. It's not too fat at the base either. Don't want to get it too mixed up with the arm, you know. To be careful with that. It's unfortunate that there is so much black on black that it's quite hard to make anything readable. No. Let me try something else for the leg really quickly. I wonder if I should extend this leg a bit more. It's a bit comical, you know. I'll just try the already very crouched version where you can barely see the leg. If I do that, I need to change this as well. Oh, this is all just to try again, you know. Make sure we try everything. Let's get rid of the tail again. Don't want to rely on the tail too much. The tail is cool, you know, but it's just an extra step. I shouldn't use the tail as an excuse to not to do the legs properly, if you know what I mean. To see if I can have him. No, definitely not. Foreshortening is always a bit tricky, especially at this side. Let me zoom out a bit more. Sorry, I'm a bit silent. I mean, not that you may actually think that it's better to that I shut up a little bit, but just trying to get this, and I'm a bit focused right now. I think it's getting a bit too long, maybe. This leg. Can't overdo it. Can't wait to be done with the with this, so that I can finally start you know, refining everything and wrapping this up. But this is especially not the time. It's very tempting to do this, but I feel like if you're doing this, I think I've mentioned this very often. You can. It's a shame to ruin everything just because you don't have the patience to go through a little bit of a long and a bit painful part. Because if I get this, then that's it. You know, I'm done. I'm good. But if I don't, then everything I'm gonna do after that's gonna be will still be bad, you know, and I won't get it will all be for nothing, you know, because the pose will just not work. That's why I always want to put the work in that pot. As annoying as it is, you know. This thing was a hard time to do this. Maybe it needs to be more front, but I don't want it to. I don't want those 2 feet to be together. So that's why it's hard to get. I have several problems at the same time, you know, that I need to resolve. Trying. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll try to get a longer, bit more space there. Let it breathe. And then at this point I can't afford to get legs a bit bigger, longer too. I'd like to have the base of the thigh maybe a little less big than it is in that center, because this is where those two parts are pressing on each other, you know, so this spot gets a little bit bulging and inflated, and it looks leaner. Hello, Sneaky. Thank you for the follow. Can I call you Sneaky? Yeah, so if the base is a bit thinner there, and then it makes him look a little more long, you know. Okay, Sneaky it will be. Yeah, I think this may be a bit better actually. What's difficult with the foreshortening is that it always looks like one leg is you know, is too small or whatever. That's what I think is difficult. Generally don't like super foreshortening too much because of that. Especially in Pixel, I think it's super challenging to get right. Really want the long legs, even to the point where I'm gonna push it a little more than because I think if you look at this design there that they did, it's a super long, like you can't see it entirely, but you see the size. This is a very because it's based on a real guy, like I said, you know, this is much more human proportions. But here he's got super long limbs. I wish I could find this to show you guys. Actually, hold on, let me really quickly. It's a sideshow alien. Really quickly, if internet works. I hope I can show you. Alien figures. Okay, perfect. Oh, that's the guy. He's on. Actually, you can still buy it. But yeah, look how crazy the legs are. Extremely long. It's it's too much for it's not very real compared to it's not faithful to the design, but I think it's an interesting take on it. I think it's really beautiful. I think even that pose and everything, I think it's looking really nice. It's very it's almost like a priest or something. Yeah, that's something. See, and this is very much more like like I was saying, the human sophisticated take on it, the intelligent creature. So it's interesting, but I wouldn't. Oh, it's a little train of follow. Thank you, Russ of Russ. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate a lot. Yeah, so this is cool, but forget it, because if I do this, this is in pixels, it's going to be a big mass. We won't be able to see anything. It'll be terrible. So I can't do that. I don't think it's a good idea. I think this is safer, you know. I don't mind this crouched thing, but I still think the legs look too small compared to his body, in my opinion. So I'm gonna push this a bit more. I'm gonna try. Okay, this is. I think this is getting a bit more interesting. Can't believe how much I struggle with these legs, but what can you do? I'm trying hard, you know, to make this work. Such an amazing design that really deserves attention, you know, respect. I mean, to be fair, this is just you know, it's also a pixel art. I can never really truly give full justice to the original design, but we can try. Oh, you got school. Yeah, I know what it is. I got work too, so yeah. Well, thank you for coming, and you'll probably see if you follow me on Instagram. I'll post everything on Instagram, so you'll be able to see the final result. Hopefully tomorrow. I hope so. If I don't spend too much time, because this is going on 2 hours. No, well, actually 2 hours is okay. I guess it's the usual time. But yeah, feel free to come by anytime, and I hope tomorrow you'll see it done. Okay. Let's see with the tail. What is this? Oh, it's another tail. Okay. Oh. So we got this, or let's see, this, or we got that. I'm gonna move this away. So what's the best there? Oh, and that tail actually is not property. What is the best? If someone wants to give me their preference, then please let me know if you have one that you think is better. Put them in the GIF and you have an animation. Yeah, would be dancing. I'm thinking that this is stronger than that. What do you think, Julien? I like this better, personally. I think this is a bit more menacing and looks more evil because it's kind of prone, you know, ready to attack or whatever. So to me, I would say so you like the left one more? Yeah, yeah, me too. The right one, if that base for that foot may work. Right. Yeah, it's either this as a base, you know, he's standing on some like stepping on something, or we consider that it's perspective. You see it a little bit from above, like all those guys. You know, they have one foot that's a little further, closer to camera, so it gives a bit of an angle. But that's quite extreme. But yeah, I think this is stronger. And in the end, I think this is more alien than that, because you know, in the first Alien, he's got this. He's not necessarily crouched, but at some point he's very low on the ground. And when he attacks Lambert and what's the other the dude. You know, when they're trying to get all the tanks, the coolant for the shuttle, and they get attacked. It's Yaphet Kotto, the actor. I can't remember the name of his character now. It's crazy. But anyway, when they get attacked, He's kind of the xenomorph is coming. He's kind of like, he's almost like crawling. Actually, I saw a very bizarre um, outtake where they had a super interesting motion for him, where the in that scene the xenomorph is actually crouching, a bit like this, and it's very bizarre because he walks. He moves crouching backwards towards them, you know, like he's not moving towards them looking at them. He has his back turned to them, and he's crouched, and he's sort of like creeping back up to them. Super weird, and I thought it was very creepy and very cool. But and I can't remember where I saw that. I think it was on a DVD or something, you know, like one of those featurettes. It was so cool, and but it's not in the final movie. We're gonna commit to this. That's it. It's decided. I think it's. I'm confident. I can feel it. I'm killing this. That's it. Done. We're doing this. So that's it now. I think at this point, at this point, I think we can start getting into the nitty gritty. Finally. Oof. I'm sorry, guys. It was so long. But like I said, Julien knows what I'm talking about when I'm saying that I was very worried that the idea of even tackling this guy. He's such a cool character that I was worried that I was gonna mess it up, and I feel a bit better now. But because I feel like I have a base to work with, but I'm still not. I wonder if I'm gonna have to cheat the tape. We'll see. So I feel a bit better, but I'm still not out of the woods. Yeah, not out of the woods yet. So those two things. So he has a. It's funny because I don't remember this at all in the film. Like I feel like when I think of the xenomorph, I really think of those sort of exhaust pipes. You know, it's such a weird thing. Those four, but this sort of appendage there, I don't remember it. It's funny. Maybe because the position of it, you don't really see it that much. But I feel like here it's a bit problematic because it's gonna get confusing, you know, like three things. But I guess that's what it is, you know. I mean, it's definitely smaller, but those are too long. They need to be more hidden. They're actually very low. I'm messing this up. The lower one starts closer to the lower back. So I messed that up there. I feel. So it's oh sorry. It's more like this. Trying to do a bit of a cleanup there. Tail. Tail is there, okay. I think it's a bit big, maybe. Okay, so now we get this. Does he have yeah, so he has I think he has those spikes or whatnot at the elbow. Yeah, so but they seem to point down, so it would be maybe like this a bit. Now I need to do this thing, body, then we're gonna so such a complicated thing. Okay, so we got that. For now I'm gonna just wait, just gonna copy paste the tubes there just to get a sense of where they should be. Maybe this one we're gonna it's kind of weird low though. I'm gonna cheat a little bit, I think, because yeah, I think we can, right? We can cheat a bit. I really want to see them, you know. Oh, by the way, thinking of this, if you guys are looking for a good Halloween movie to watch, and you guys have Amazon Prime, I recommend that you watch two things that are very different from each other, but both are actually really interesting. So one is Let Me In. It's a film that was it's actually a remake of Let the Right One In, which was a vampire movie from Sweden, based on a Swedish novel, and the original was really cool. And I really don't like vampire stories generally. I think vampires have been treated and done ad nauseum. I'm so tired of vampire stories already. I've never quite liked them to start with, but I think at this point I really dislike generally vampire stories. The only so there's two vampire films that I really liked to this point. One was Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula, that I really enjoyed, and the other one that I thought was cool is the old Catherine Bigelow film, the former James Cameron wife, and she did a film called Near Dark in the 80s. It was really interesting, very cool. what's his name? Bill Paxton was in it, and also Lance Henriksen, two actors that were part of that clan, James Cameron. They would end up in most of his films, like Aliens. As so, Bill Paxton is the Hudson in Aliens, and Lance Henriksen is the artificial guy in Aliens. And so in this film, Near Dark was really cool. It's very atmospheric, very moody film. So I liked this one, and I liked Couple as Dracula. But then Let the Right One In. It was really cool, actually. A very different vampire story. Very cool. The Swedish movie was awesome. And on Amazon Prime right now, they have the American remake, which is I think maybe even better to me. I think I like the American one even better. Usually remakes are not really good. I mean, not always, but often. And in that case, I think director's done an amazing job. So I really recommend this film if you're looking to watch a story that has a lot of heart. It's very it's kind of a interesting. It's almost like a classic monster love story, but it's not cheap. You know, it's not cheesy at all, or corny. It's a very cool, and it's really well done. All the violence in it is very suggested. There's no too much graphic violence, but it's still very tense, and plenty of super awesome scenes. Yeah, really cool. Recommend if you guys looking for Halloween film, that's a good one. There's also another one that I just discovered, and I don't know how I could spend so many years missing not seeing this film, because this is really the kind of film that I would look for, because I love all the crazy, ridiculously over the top films that they used to do in the 70s and the 80s, when they didn't care about being too politically correct or anything. And I love exploitation movies, even especially the really dumb and offensive ones, because I don't know, I found them just generally very entertaining. It's a good way of letting your sort of disconnecting your brain a little bit. But anyway, so there's a film called Society. It's from Brian Usna, and if you guys know Brian Usna, he was doing all those. He was doing this very gory. He loves gore, and he was producing a lot of gore movies and directing some. For instance, and he was, I think he was working with Stuart Gordon as well. Stuart Gordon made Reanimator, if you remember this one, and also he made From Beyond, which I really like too, based on Cthulhu, loosely based on a H.P. Lovecraft story, but very gory and weird and with some dark humor. And Brian Usna is the same. He did the Bride of Reanimator, so the second Reanimator movie, and he made this film called Society in the 80s too. Let me quickly look for the date. Hold on. The Society. keyboard is a little further away because that's the streaming computer we use now. It's a 1989 society, and okay, and so this is almost the opposite of Let the Right One In. So if you're in a mood for watching something very kind of a bit emotional with a really very sober story, very sophisticated, horror movie, then go for Let Me In. And after that, if you're in a mood for eating some popcorn and laughing at the sheer outrageous craziness of a film, if you liked something like Brain Dead or Bad Taste, that sort of extreme, then you have to watch Society. I'm not gonna spoil it because I think this film is very effective when you don't know what you're going in for, when you have no idea what it's about. So I'm not gonna say anything about it except that it's if you're easily offended or shocked, then pass. But if you like gore and very unapologetic, violence and mature and all that stuff, then Society. And there's also in Society, actually, there's a very good underlying message, if you will. Not necessarily a message, but there's a how do you say that, sort of a social message to it, that is actually really good, but it's treated with in a very, very, very specific way. So yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one if you like that sort of stuff. If you don't, you're gonna be absolutely disgusted by this film. But if you like watching things that don't films that don't take themselves too seriously and are a bit and are not afraid of being very offensive, then this, you're gonna love it. That's all I can say about it. So here is gonna be the difficult part of getting at least some sort of, because there's so much detail, just so much stuff going on that I really can't, even show half of it. So it's gonna be just really suggesting what I can. It's gonna be suggesting detail rather than showing it. That's gonna be pretty insane, I think, to try and it's gonna be just a series of choices. What do we show and what do we leave out, So I feel like this sort of stuff there is a very important theme that you see throughout the entire thing, here, there, and there. But unfortunately, this is also very unfriendly for Pixel, for obvious reasons, all those lines. So I need to find a way to convey this, you know, however I can. I think it's gonna be just getting a little lighter and maybe or darker. I don't know. Maybe I need to go darker, or it's gonna read as lighting, or I can have this sort of stuff going on. You know, like suggesting that recess. By the way, I want to apologize a little bit for a Monday's stream. I feel like it was not very fun to listen to. I was tired and couldn't really get things, and it was just a bad day for me. I was very grumpy and sort of very negative. So if you were there on Monday, this is not the usual me. This was a bit. I enjoy what I'm doing. You know, it's just this day was a bit. I was tired and I wasn't even sure that I wanted to stream, and I probably should have. Shouldn't have streamed, you know. But anyway, that was just you know, it's one of those days. So yeah, here, I mean, this is gonna be what it's gonna be, you know. I think I'm gonna try and really make the head the most interesting part, and hopefully, you know, it will be enough so that when you can't really have all the interesting detail in every part of the body, I think one of the ways of dealing with this is to try and sort of trick the viewer into looking at other parts of the image, you know. So you're a bit like you know, a magician. You're saying, look there, you know, don't look over there, because you know it's a weak part, or you just can't really make this interesting. So you're trying to trick people into you're trying to make one part much more interesting, so that people are tempted to look there, and they kind of they overlook a little bit the rest of you know, the image, the weaker parts. It's not always something easy to do, but if you can manage to do that, then it's quite effective. Doesn't solve everything, but it's one more tool, you know, that you have to try and make things work to the best of your ability. This is getting a bit more interesting now. There's a bit of detail. I think I'm not even gonna try and have the lines in there. We're just gonna do a much simpler. Here I could I need to do a different color or value. We'll put a little bit of a tint at the end, you know, just try to, so it's not too monochromatic, because there's quite a bit of color actually in the paint. Yeah, this doesn't quite work the way I was hoping. The whole detail, this whole thing there is very hard to get. How's the inside of the thigh? I wonder. Do I get a reference for that? Hold on. Of course I can't see the inside. That sucks. Of course I don't have it. So I need to see the inside so that I can do this. Where's that? Has anyone? Oh, there's nothing. Really? Wow. It's just plain. Oh, but look at this. This is not accurate. Yeah, this is rubbish. This is all not right either. Can't really trust this thing, can I? Yeah, can't really trust that. Here we see a bit. It's pretty nondescript. I think I'm gonna have to. I think it's probably the same as this actually. Bunch of lines and some kind of texture. Right, I think that's what it is. Oh, I see a bit there. Actually, no, this is probably that. We'll go for some kind of lines, whatever. I mean, honestly, it is so small anyway that I can't really do much anyway. So I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Oh, okay, Junia. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate. Sleep well. I'm gonna try to finish this guy. Into it now. I mean, I wonder if I should just keep it simple, you know. Just focus on the lighting. And then we're going to suggest just a bit of detail in there. And then we'll have a line there and that's it. Not too fan of that. It's just weird. I don't think it shows really anyway. So I think we're going to just go for simpler lighting. Engine, you know what, and focus on the making at the very end. We'll try to suggest a bit of detail wherever we can. But I think I want to keep this guy very clear and readable. So we'll do the same here. We'll go full on more lighting. there, suggestion of a knee, and that's it, you know. And honestly, I think this works maybe even better. And this one I'm just gonna take a bit of a license with the actual detail in it, because I mean, I think I've mentioned this several times, but I want to suggest detail in sort of I think it's more important to convey the essence of something, and focus on a few very iconic things. I think we'll focus on the head and maybe you know, that rib cage thing, and then we'll consider that this will be the main focus, you know. And this should be enough to convey the character, hopefully. Because I think people, when they see this in the head with this skull, and I think at that point they're immediately familiar with what it is. I think it's part of a really good design too. It's there's a few things that are very so strong that they immediately people get it, you know. They know what they're looking at. It's got the creepy fingers, the long fingers, so I think this is something that I want to try and convey if possible, especially considering that he has also 6 fingers, and so that's a simple detail, but obviously I can't show 6 fingers, but the idea that there's lots of fingers and they're long is important, because it's part of what makes him extremely creepy, in my opinion. It's very disturbing, 6 fingers instead of 5. You can't really spot it right away, but I think if you see a hand that is drawn with too many fingers, then you will not necessarily realize, but you will feel that something's not quite right. It's interesting. Many artists have done. I think it happened to pretty much anyone, that they you know, you paint something and you have one finger too many, and it's quite troubling visually, I think. Giger really knew what he was doing very well. It's a very strong designer, knowing how to tap into the things that bother people or make them uncomfortable. I'm kind of tempted now to go straight into. I think I want to have the skull is going to be a good opportunity for color, for a bit of a tan color. I really want to try and make this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this guy tonight, because it is a very big endeavor. But we'll see if I can. So let me we're gonna just color this a little bit, add a bit of red and yellow. I wonder how light it should be compared to the rest, because it's really just about the angle. I see here it's pretty dark because all of this dark, but the end of it is also you can't see the spine of that skull all the way up to the end. This is opaque and this gets transparent. So I think here I should probably go quite light, actually, because it's a skull, and then we're gonna try to suggest preserve transparency, suggest the fact that it's getting all opaque. So lots of values there, but it's I think it's necessary in that case. And also we have this, that's a big part of design. So know how much room I'm gonna have for this. But we're gonna try nonetheless. And he's got those very a bit of blue, just a bit of blue in the teeth, because they're very much very metallic and chrome. But I don't know how I'm gonna represent them yet. Preserve transparency. Hold on. Because the idea of an actual jaw, you know, um, oh, oh, so, yeah, it's gonna be tough to get that jaw to read. Be very small like this. Not too sure what to do. Maybe yeah, teeth problematic. Maybe just it's gonna be an interesting exercise there. Hmm. Sorry that I'm all silent all of a sudden, but I'm very focused on this. Trying to make this skull shape. Maybe this is better for the jaw. Will open. Yeah. It's got this very wide jaw at the where it connects there. I mean, this is really oh, damn it. This again, this is you know, have to really make some sacrifices. It won't be perfect, you know. there's only so much that I can do. It's pretty big compared to. I mean, it's not in scale with those other characters, because if it was standing, it would be way too big. If we believe what we see in scale in the movie, but that's fine. I'm just I'm taking a bit more space on this one. I just want to have fun with it, you know, and look, it's a good size for him. And he's a monster, you know. He looks actually. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember the name of the guy. Alien. What's the name of Parker? Yeah. Oh, finally, Parker. When he looks for Kane's body. No, not Kane. Brett, Harry Dean Stanton, gets caught into when he's looking for the cat, and then Parker is very shocked because he can't find no blood, nothing on Brett. But I think he gets a glimpse of the xenomorph because he's saying this thing is huge. It's at least as big as a man, or bigger, or something like this. And when you see the alien coming down from the ceiling before he kills Brett is really looking up, and they made it. They shot it so that the alien looks way bigger than it really is. They found an actor that is, like I said, 6'11", I think, and but they went as big as they could. But in reality, I think they meant for the alien to look even bigger than that. So I think it's okay if he's a bit oversized. Here there's an interesting detail because it's good opportunity there for something cool, because it's a skull that turns into some sort of a spine. It's a mix of a spine and a skull. And there's those lines, and then the center part has this almost like here, like those vertebrae. I don't know how you pronounce this. You can see it there clearly. So I think I need to render this. Starts around there, maybe. So we're gonna try to suggest this. I don't know how, but we'll see. Maybe as simple as that. And then there's this sort of a thing going on. This is good because this is very good to emphasize the curvature of the head. So I'm actually happy for that. Well, the tricky part is that normally you don't see this so clearly, As a matter of fact, when I saw the movie, I never realized all the detail, and certainly I didn't realize that there was a skull in there. But I'm not even sure you can actually see it in the film. It's there, you know, in the design and in the costume, as we can tell from this perfect replica, supposedly perfect. So you can see it, but it's covered in this sort of a clear sort of a plastic, you know. And so in the film, I think there's a lot of reflection going, and so it flattens out everything, and you can't really see it. So I don't know how I'm gonna be able to convey this, because this doesn't look like the alien too much, because here at quick glance you don't really see that much contrast. He's a lighter overall, you know, this guy, but even this guy, I mean, I guess him, you on this version you see it quite well. Also, there's actually, oh wow, there's a little king there. It's very much like a skull, and then goes into. So I think, yeah, I need to probably try and convey this. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna mess up the shape. But let's see if we can do it. Maybe just that is enough. And then here we can go maybe you know, something like that. Doesn't need to be a lot. I'm probably gonna end the stream before I can finish, because it's been a long day. I've been working, plus doing this. I want to make sure that I don't rush it, you know. And I think in the end, what I'm gonna do is, like I did, if you remember the Spinner, another Ridley Scott movie from Blade Runner, there's this idea of a reflection there, here, and then the big highlight. So I'm probably gonna have to do the same. I think what I'll end up doing is something like this. Say this is our guy. We're gonna take maybe let me just quickly finish most of the head there before I get into this. But I'm going to show you really quickly the idea, if I can. There's that. There is some kind of a wire or something, but I don't really have space for that. I'm just gonna do a little bit of something there. But let's say, and also there's, remember something. I need to find a reference. Is this one? It's very complex. it's like this thing, you know, so that and this more or less. But I don't have the room for it unless I go. Maybe actually I could try and have less of the skull in it, and that would leave me with a bit more space there. So that I could do maybe something like this could go closer. I don't know. So finicky. So let's say we do that, and then so now I just have just enough space to do another sort of line. Maybe I can move this a little bit. Extra little detail there. But like I said, you know, I'm not. There's no way I can. You know, show that much detail. So it's gonna be pick and choose what we can do with it. But anyway, let's say this is a head. Then here I will take the entire head, or at least the part where there's the skull, and then I will copy this, fill this with black, and then we'll go you know, we'll do something like this, and then on top of it we'll put the big highlight like this, you know, somewhere. Yeah, something like this. Really strong, so that we really convey the, you know, the reflection from the glass that covers the surface. And then we'll have to have another one here. Something like that. And this will be less, because this will reflect, you know, it's almost like imagine there's white there, and this is getting reflected into the the edge. Missing 1 pixel, I think, there. Oh. And then I'm already convinced by that. I have to fade it out. So I can't carry such a big reflection across the entire thing. It's too distracting. So also maybe something like this. And then with playing with all the different all those layers, I can decide how much I see of the skull from nothing to I see all of it, and then I can decide how strong I want this reflection to be on this one. So I can go, for instance, from fully opaque, completely reflective, to fully visible, and no reflection at all, or just a bit on the outside. So it's quite a bit of options now that I have. And I can just decide at the very end what's the most appropriate for it. So we'll see, but it's starting to get interesting, I think, for the head. Such an important thing that I want to really try and make this as good as I can. So like I said a little earlier, hopefully people don't look at too much at the body, because they look at the head. So I hope this is gonna be I hope this will work as I intend, This is good too, because this reflection helps us to convey that form there of that cranium. Oh, by just changing a little bit the shape of the reflection there. Okay, just gonna work for a minute on the body, just a bit more, and I will probably end the stream in about 15 minutes or so. I think most people are gone anyway. It's too long. And we'll finish this on Friday. It's I think it's fine to have 2 sessions for this guy. After all, he's the big chap. So I'm not too concerned about having two sessions for this guy. But it's honestly such a such good fun to try and make all those characters. I've had a blast so far. I'm really happy I picked up this theme, because it really speaks to me. And it just puts me in a good creative mood, because of all the great memories that I have from from watching these movies. So I'm quite glad that I can make this. Probably keep this area maybe with less detail to suggest a shadow from the head. I think the arm should get attached a little further. So we'll address that. Then maybe we can suggest some kind of a line there too, something cool. Bit of a again here, you know, I'm not really following closely this. I'm just trying to get the feeling that is close to the design. And in the end, once we get here the reflection, I'll put because it's all glistening and you know, and shiny. So we'll do a little pass of extra, you know, things of that nature. Like extra specular, so it looks a bit more shiny overall. But I'm not there yet, so let's not jump the gun on this. Something I think I should really do right now is suggest all the try and get this various spinal cord looking tail. It's really, I mean, this is what it is in the end. It's a spinal cord. I get this bug sometime. So let's go for it. We can't have obviously as many, so it's gonna be just whatever we can get into this. This is obviously not what I prefer. It's a bit irregular. Should be should feel very in here. We're gonna have the tail maybe like turning, so then those things would end up on top. You know, maybe something like this. And then back to the edge. Or maybe we can keep going this way rather. In the end, I don't know. It's just it's just a point. they're all the same size. No, they get bigger as obviously, yeah, as the tail is. I think we're gonna try and do this. Suggest that the base is bigger. Because he looks a bit aggressive. I think it's a bit too much there. Half pixel is good in that case. I think tail's alright. Got our main guy here. Let's flip him just one time. Yeah, I think it's definitely getting there. We're not too far now, I think. I'm gonna go to 4 hours, I think. So another 15 minutes. And then I will probably end the stream at that point. Getting tired now a bit. But at the same time, I'm so excited with this character that I almost want to finish it. But I think there's just too much work and to really get it to a point where I'm happy. So I'd rather save this for the next stream. I think we can do that. Kind of glad that he's big. He's gonna be impressive next to next to Ripley. Cool. That's kind of cool. Let me hide the Leatherface. Where is Leatherface? Can't find it. Leatherface. Yeah, it's kind of cool next to her. Such a cool design. Very cool. I love it. It's the best creature ever made, I think, in my opinion. Predator is cool too, but definitely had some interesting things. What I loved in Predator was that moment where he removes the mask, because it's such an alien weird design that you can't really tell that he's wearing a mask. At least I couldn't really tell, I remember. And then when he removes the mask, you're like, oh, this is not really his face, it's just there's something else underneath. And then when you see what's underneath, it's even more scary at that point. So that was really cool. I thought that was great. But it's not as powerful, as visual than the alien. Can't really think of a better creature. Actually, Giger, Anthony Giger, he got the Academy Award. He won the Oscar for Best Achievement in Visual Effects. So that's great. I mean, can you imagine you're just an artist, a painter, and then you get to work, and I think it was the first film. He had done a little BZ movie in '69, I think, but that was really his first big movie gig, really. and he won the Oscar right there, first gig. It's not a minor achievement. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy with the way it turned out so far. So let's keep going another few minutes, and then we will call it for tonight. Big work, but definitely worth doing. Lots of fun. Having a lot of fun with this guy. He also has, I think, those same sort of talon things on his heels. And you know, something to me that has always struck me is that is that I think this I refer to the xenomorph as he, but it's never really. He's very androgenic, androgen something. How do you call this? Andro? I know it in French, but sorry in English. Let me check. I don't like. And androgenetic. So you don't know if he's a male or female. It's undetermined. Because his whole reproductive system is weird anyway. He's, you know, the whole laying eggs, and then from the queen. The queen, I guess you could say she's a she, since she lay eggs. But then after that, you know, the face hugger is really there's no sex, and then the chest burster, which becomes the big chap. It could be anything, could be male or female. It's not really relevant at that point. But also, I think when you look at the design, it's very much also very androgyne. There's some aspects that there's no breasts, so you would think more of a male, you know. But at the same time, you look at the fairly long legs, and the whole attitude of it, the whole behavior, like the feet are quite elegant. There's some sort of elegance to that creature that suggests more of a female. There's lots of nice curves that are more associated with the female. It's not muscular, you know. It's the arms and the limbs are elegant, long, and fairly not too muscular. So to me, it's a really great, even better, because you can't put a gender on it, and it makes it more alien, more powerful, and more different because there's no notion of he or she, which is by definition the most alien you can get, as opposed to the predator, for instance, who's clearly a male. So even that, I think, Giger was a genius because he thought about all that stuff, you know. He made you feel all those things on a conscious or subconscious level. The suggestion of claws. He's got the very even the nails, you know, they're almost like painted nails, which is more female long nails. Very unusual. You see a lot of monsters. They have dark nails, you know, like claws, much darker, or has the same value as the hands or the feet. But the fact that he did those sort of metallic, lighter nails, they almost make you think of painted nails on a lady, you know. So it's really cool. At least that's my interpretation of it. It could be I could just make stuff up, you know. Maybe never thought about that. Yeah, always have to be careful of not projecting too much of yourself, you know, in the work of an artist. But at least to me, that's how I feel about all that. But yeah, I could be wrong. 4 hours now. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done, I think, and which is really, I mean, it is not that long in itself. There are people streaming, especially people who stream gaming. They oftentimes not. It's not uncommon to stream 8 hours a day, every day. I'm far from doing this, but not to you know, to minimize the amount of work it takes to be a gamer, a streamer. I think it takes a lot of commitment too. But I think being creative is maybe a bit more demanding. I'm not sure actually, because I guess it depends what people stream in terms of game, how they approach it. But when I watch you know, gamers that are quite competitive, and like Shroud is a very strong very talented player, and I'm sure even though he's much better than most people, so it's probably quite natural for him to play. But I mean, he puts a lot of effort in you can see that he's focused on and there's a lot of adrenaline. He's playing a lot of at the moment they call it Black Ops Battle Royale mode, and this mode is tense, you know. So he's probably quite tired at the end of the day. But I think if you're gaming a bit more casually, then I think doing what I do here is maybe a little takes maybe just a bit more energy. But again, I'm not suggesting that streaming gaming is easy or it doesn't take is not work. It's a lot of work, I think. It's funny. I was watching a show. I can't remember what it was, and you know, one of those where people talk about gaming on cable, and they were talking about you know the phenomenon of Twitch and how people now spend a lot of time watching other people play, and they were making a lot of fun of people saying that's a job now, you play games for a living, haha, you know, like if it was not something. They were very ignorant of what it means, and it was like they were under the impression that you know, anyone can play games, so it's not a job, you know. And also they made this they allude to the fact that people are stupid, you know, to to watch other people play. Why don't they play themselves? And anyway, it was just the whole thing was quite ignorant and a bit sad. There's quite a bit of education there to make for people of a certain generation. You really need to pay attention to what's going on. Sorry, it's kind of a bit of a, I don't know why I just turned it to a bit of a rant, but I'm not really ranting. I'm just, you know, just chatting really. Well, I think this is getting there now. Definitely. I wonder if the head maybe looks a little fat overall. Maybe it could be a little thinner. There's a little, yeah. Don't you think? I think I'm gonna try this real quick before I end the stream. Getting already tired at this point. But I wanted to try this real quick because for some reason I have this feeling that head is a bit too wide, or even that I think could be. Oh, and also this I think the skull looks too big compared to the head, especially now that I've reduced the thickness of it. And I think maybe should maybe just a bit long. I think it seems better to me. Let's see. I don't know actually. It's interesting. I'm a bit then I would need to hold on. Let me copy those. No, this would be okay. I need to copy this and this one and this one. No, this and this. Yeah. Actually, let me copy the three of them and do two versions. So let me put this in a group. It will be easier to manage. So we have this version. This will go in there. Okay. And then this. I have to make sure that the reflection works for that small head. There you go. It's a bit complex to manage. And then we have this guy. We'll do that. So this is A and this is B. This on top. Now we have two versions. This or that. I can't decide. Crap. I was hoping this would be an easier choice there. No, I think I'm gonna keep the big one actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep let me just name this xenomorph. Yeah, I kind of want to also give it a bit of one night to. I want to sleep on it now, look at it tomorrow, and see how I feel. And on Friday, I think we'll resume exactly where we are. I'm not gonna work on it offline. We'll finish this on Friday. I don't think it'll take an entire stream to finish finish him or her. So we'll I think we will probably finish it, and then do another character, or maybe something a little smaller to just finish with the complete the stream. So yeah, I think let's stop here for now. This is Alien Xenomorph, where it stands at the moment, and hopefully I will see you guys back on Friday so we can finish this this big chap. So thank you everyone for being here. I hope you enjoy this, and that you will be back. And I want to thank the two people that followed again tonight. It's all good support. I now have it's been a week now, more than a week, that I've met the requirements for affiliate. But I hear that I need to wait for an email they sent at some point. I haven't heard back, but apparently some people say they will contact you right away, and some people wait several weeks. So I have no idea if I will get affiliate. I meet the requirements, so I hope I will get it at some point. But in the meantime, we'll keep doing what we do anyway. Doesn't change anything. So but the support that I got from everyone, I guess that's the point, made it possible to meet those requirements. So that's really cool. So anyway, thank you everyone, and then I'll wish you a happy Halloween again, a very good night, and a great day if you're about to start your day. And I'll see you guys on Friday, same time, 9 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you very much. Bye. Cheers.